Okay. Announces going live then isn't live. Hey, I didn't say stream is live now. I said stream going live now. Thank you very much. That being said, how you going, Technic? One sec, I'll just quickly pull things back up, and I'll just swap over to the minis channel so that I can see that fill up as we're going without having to, tab out every now and then. Oh man, okay. Managed to random into one of the best tracks in the FTL soundtrack first up. That's what a good start. Let's go. You doing alright? Trying to find the motivation to paint? Yeah, sometimes it's just like that. Like, you'll just have all the shit laid out, and it's just like, man, can't bring myself to pick the brush up, or like, you're just staring at it, and it's like, okay. Oh yeah, I've decided that, I'm going to try using the makeup sponges to see if I can speed up the process of doing the stripes here and potentially do it a bit more smoothly as well. Well, an opportunity to impose. Finally got your order of Tamiya Putty so you can finish your Meat Gundam for the Biomech group build you're participating in. Ooh, sounds interesting. Yeah, I haven't seen anyone. Well, I haven't seen any sort of meaty. I guess not. It's not really a kit bash, but any meaty conversions for Gundams before. They always like. I'm so used to seeing them as like the classic, like super really like pristine, shiny, like high sci-fi sort of the standard, like the classic Gundam look, or more like the Iron-Blooded Orphan sort of look where they're all beaten up and like just battered and sort of more militaristic. I haven't really seen any of the more fantasy adjacent sort of builds on a Gundam, so sounds quite cool. You're gonna watch, and I need to see your avatar. Yeah, I'm keen to see how you've been going on the avatar. So, I will be painting my own avatar at some point in the next couple of weeks, so I'm always open for inspiration on how to paint certain parts of it. First time making extensive use of putty, and you were pleasantly surprised by how relatively easy it was to make it look right. Okay, you don't need to show off so much, alright? Some of us really struggle with with putty. I'm traumatized by green stuff because my first attempt at using it, I tried a little too hard to sculpt something, and I just got lost, and I haven't revisited that project because I was so pained by it. 75 hours in. Oh, let's see what we've got here. Oh, wow. Yeah, I'm liking the transitions from the yellows and the oranges deep in the cracks of his abs and stuff, towards the deeper reds as he sort of cools on the outside. I do like that. That's one thing that I'm really nervous about doing, is trying to get that convincing transition from the hot points to the cold points. I guess not really cold points, but the hot points to the less hot points on the avatar. So that'll be a lot of fun to try to do, but yeah, I'm not confident in my ability to do it well. And what craft world is he from, Silver? Have you got a particular craft world that you're doing, or this is more just like an isolated model that you've been toiling away at? Because I don't think I've seen you post other Eldar. I think, yeah, no, I don't think I've seen you post any other Eldar. Do you have a craft world that you're doing, or you just really like the avatar? Okay, but I reckon what we'll do is let's start out by we'll move the gun over here, just out of the way. And yeah, we'll start out just by let's try sponging the grays onto here and just see how it comes out, because if because it's a really high density sponge, it might end up as just a really nice smooth alternative to using a brush. So we'll see how we go. Also, yeah, there's the one thing you're allowed to brag, or you can brag about. You can paint, but barely. You've never attempted to do a gradient or like for heat or anything like that. Right? Okay, fair enough. You've earned it. Oh, and that's your avatar there, Technic. I like the texture that you've got showing on the hardened part of lava there as well. Yeah. Again, the really nice sort of the really nice glow of the hot points peeking through the body underneath. It's the sort of thing that I really hope that I will be able to replicate when I get around to him, but I'm not confident in my ability to do so. But yeah, anyway, stop avoiding the inevitable. Let's actually just see if we can try to get a nice gradient going on this other stripe. Still don't think you ever finished a spear. I mean, the gradient you've got going on the spear there is still really nice. I reckon, realistically, you probably don't even need to do that much more on the spear. Just the gems adorning the top half of the haft, and then the ribbon that holds on the other gem there. And then maybe just something to pick out the sort of the latticing where the I don't know what you call that, the socket. Yeah, the latticing where the socket meets the haft of the spear. I think that's probably all you'd need to really do to make it pop up or pop off. Yeah, otherwise it's already really good. After paying like 3k points in 2 weeks, you'd not want to touch my eldar. Yeah, I have a similar thing on a smaller scale with my the 8 or 9 hour stream that we did where I was quote unquote trying to speed paint 1,000 points in the day, and I failed miserably, and then I was just like traumatized. I was like, I cannot go back to this. I need a cool down. But now we're sort of revisiting it with one of the minis that I didn't even touch in that section, or in that day of painting, just because it's like, it's a point of separation far enough away that I can enjoy this without, without having to look at my failure. Okay. Let's see how this looks if we try sponging this on. Oh, shit. I probably should have taken that hatch off beforehand. Also, I think that I'm going to paint all of the hatches opaque because I really hate the pilot. I'm just going to glue the hatch down and then paint it opaque rather than trying to get a transparent look for it. This is definitely way better than manually brushing it. Like, I'll still need multiple coats, but even just that one swipe was enough for me to recognize that this is just going to be so much easier. Like, I understand, like, a lot of sponging is stippling, but the shape of these sponges, like, if it's wet enough, they're really good for actually just, like, brushing as well. And then I can come back and stipple with the sponge when I'm trying to do the highlights. Just the improved coverage of the sponge is already going to, like, I can already tell it's going to make my life so much easier than trying to do all of this with a brush. Although, I think I need to be careful not to thin this down too much on the sponge, because otherwise you don't actually get any coverage out of it. So there is still going to be a little bit of sort of getting a feel for how the paint transfers from the sponge to the model. I guess we can still make use of stippling here and there. In fact, maybe we do stipple it for the most part, and then we can always just smooth it out towards the end. And I will be repainting these gems that are on the blue stripes just because they don't stand out too nicely, so those ones I'm probably going to redo in red, just to contrast against the blue stripe. So I just accidentally got a bunch of grey on one of the on one of the yellow panels, which I do not want. Just see if we can strip that back. There we are. Yeah, that's going to be one thing I'll need to be cautious of, is just the size of the sponge. Yeah, for these detailed bits, I will need to come back with a brush just to fill out the parts where the sponge can't quite reach the recesses, like around the edges of the gem there. And I probably need to brush around like that, this little recess here, so that I can preserve it. Oh, I'll just pull the BGM back because it's getting a little bit loud. But yeah, I think for just most of the surface area, this will be a very nice alternative. The new place has a horrendous package theft problem. Yikes. And there's no way to, so does that mean basically all of your deliveries now you need to ask for a signature at the door? That is quite annoying. Gonna be making a lot of trips to the post office now, I guess. Had 2 things stolen recently. I've never had a package stolen before, so is it like, is there any recompense you can get for that? Or is it just like completely out of the delivery mob's hands once they put it on your doorstep? They're just like, yep, not our problem anymore. Amazon blows when it comes to asking them to wait for you to answer the door. So as in, they will, like, you'll be home, they will ring the doorbell, place it, leave, and then the package is gone before you can answer the door? Or as in, like, they will text you / call you, and you just will be on, like, it's gone by the time you get there, as in that bad? Amazon offers full refunds if it's missing for 3 days. Right, okay. Just annoying, I guess. Just really annoying. But at least there is some form of compensation. One thing that's kind of fun for me about sponging is I can sort of take advantage of my shaky ass hands to do stippling, because I can just kind of like balance my wrist in a position where my hand starts to shake and then just gently touch the model to where I've got the sponge floating, and then I get the the stippling. It's like, it's probably not like the best way of doing it, but it's fun. Because normally I'm fighting against my shaky ass hands. I had like, also since I last worked on this guy, I was like thinking long and hard about like what colors I wanted to do things like the weapons and the underside in. And I think I'm just gonna do them in like, in like black, not like black, but like, probably like Abaddon black on the bottom side and then just up to Corvus black on the top edge with little accent pieces here and there. Because I was really overthinking it, but I think just having a really dark, heavy underside will really help offset the super bright top side, like the super bright color scheme of Eandon. Also because mine is a lighter blue than most Eandon anyway. So normal Eandon already has pretty dark blue to offset it, but I don't have that. I think I'm going to do the rest of this grey coat just with my brush, because otherwise we will be here forever just trying to hit the really fine points with the sponge and then cleaning it up. New place just overall blows, but that's life. What can you do though? Sometimes it's just got to deal with the shit that you've been handed. Hey, Jack. Hey, Gavin. How you going, mate? Person you're talking to, his name is Zanel. I've never met a Zanel before. It's a sick name. Once worked with a guy named Sauron. Okay. Maybe that kid's parents just felt that they just felt that he was going to be a very powerful individual. Like maybe he just had like that kind of aura around him, and he was destined for greatness. Oh man, I just went straight over that section that I was trying to keep clear. I just need to stop touching this section at the front because I keep hitting the bits of paint that are still half dried. Possibly didn't get to talk very long because he was on lunch break. Never saw him again after the short amount of time you worked there. Unfortunate. There was a named character you just encountered. About 30 years ago before the movies came out, so it was even cooler because the books weren't quite mainstream back then. Right, okay. Wonder if his parents ever told him why they named him Sauron, or if it's just like he just thought it was a sick ass name, and his parents are like, yeah, he's the Dark Lord. So surprised you recognize the name. Oh, okay, so yeah, they did. He did. Okay. Thoughts on the two new Drukhari models? I haven't looked all that in depth. The named lady looks quite cool. But also that could just be me seeing Elf Lady and going, yes. But the Archon, I don't know. I don't really remember what the old one looks like. He just looks like a bald man to me. But otherwise, the Combat Patrol seems cool to me because it's got the Talos and the Kronos. But I also do know that the old Combat Patrol had a reputation for being really, really good. So I don't know how this one matches up financially. It's probably not as good, but it's got really cool models in it. It's horrible financially compared to the last one. Right, yeah. I'd imagined that would probably be the case. Because the last one was meant to be one of the best deals in Warhammer. And we know that GW doesn't like giving good deals. Yeah, the package replaced was a really nice electric dremel. Rip. That thief is probably pretty happy with their haul. Yeah, like I've battled with myself to like fight the urge to buy a Dremel. Because like, when I've been, like, cleaning up my 3D prints and shit and, like, pinning things together, I'm like, man, this would be so much easier if I had a Dremel. But then it's like, at the same time, I feel like it would be a decent financial investment for something that I really wouldn't use that much. It's just that when I would use it, I think about how much I would like to have it. But it's not like I don't encounter those situations often enough to justify spending that much money. I'm almost positive you've heard the bastard using it. It's your next door neighbor. Literally on the other side of the wall. I think I accidentally thinned down the Gracia a little too much here. So it's not quite covering as nice as I would like it to. So I'm just going to see if I can do what I can just to tint this this section we're working on, and then we're going to come back with a slightly thicker coat for our second pass. And hopefully that'll be enough. Normally when I'm doing this sort of thing, I go thicker on the first coat and thinner on the second one to fill in the gaps. But I just thinned down the paint a bit too much. Did I give any thought to using paint markers? Not really. Like, they seem like they could be interesting, but just... I feel like they seem a little gimmicky for me. Like, I imagine that in a lot of cases they could be fun and time-saving, but I enjoy the process of using paint. Even if it's painful, and even if I kind of suck at it, it's enjoyable to me. Yeah, I need to get a little bit more of the grey on the palette there. Work in progress in minis. One sec, just have a quick peek at that. Just quickly finish measuring out some more paint. Oh, for the steel jack. Their legs are a lot skinnier than I expected them to be. Still a very cool model, but yeah, I feel like I was not expecting their legs to be that sort of that skinny. Well, I imagine with basing, and as you get like more colors on it and stuff, you'll be able to sort of draw attention away from the wide stance feel like technically now we're in the middle of a conversation when you got here. Seems like some drama going on over package delivery if you're not interpreting it wrong. Yeah, because Technic's moved house and there's just a lot of package theft at his new place. Which seems very annoying. It seems like the opposite issue of what I have at my place, where at least with the way Australia Post works, is if you're getting a package from Australia Post, they will because what's meant to happen is they come to your house, they knock on the door. If you're not there, a lot of if it's a package, then they will leave a note saying that they failed to deliver it, come pick it up at the post office. That's the standard procedure. But Australia Post, very often, instead what they will do is they will just come to your house, put the note in your letterbox, and then just leave. They won't even knock on the door and see if you're home. They'll just put the note saying come to the post office in the letterbox and leave. So it's just really annoying. Like, your package isn't going to get stolen, but it's like, even if you're home, it's just, they're not going to give it to you. Unless you, like, catch them pulling up in the driveway and you run out and you're like, oi, give me my fucking package. A while since you've heard anyone say oi. Fantastic. I feel like oi, surely oi isn't exclusively an Australian thing. I feel like surely that's a UK thing as well. In the UK, they hand the parcel to your neighbor. Is that a good or a bad thing? Is that it's nice because then you can go to your neighbor to get your thing back? Or is that they just don't get the address right? You'll say, oh, here, I reckon not something that gets said or used a lot outside of Feng Shui. People say only UK, yeah. I feel like I don't really use oi that much. But also that's usually because I don't like shout at people that often. Although I guess I guess I do use it occasionally outside of shouting as well. It's just like when someone does something, it's like, the fuck are you doing? That sort of situation as well. I forget about the stereotypical Aussie, 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 oi, oi, oi. Yeah, the thing is, the only time, like, you never hear that shit in Australia because the only time people ever do that is during international sporting competitions, which is why it's so iconic, also why it's so stereotypical outside of Australia. Like, it's the equivalent of when you're watching the Olympic swimming and it's just the deafening USA, 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 because that's like, because like 90% of the swimming crowd is Americans. To be fair, you do just chant USA randomly. I see. It's just got that patriotism baked in at a genetic level. It's just like a mental resetter. Don't know what to do, just start chanting USA. One of your favorite hobbies is rage baiting Americans. Um, yeah, yeah. I can't argue with that. The thing is, like, I feel like it used to be funny, but it in recent years, it's it's kind of just become sad because there's just too many things to go after, and a lot of them are just like low blows where it's like, man, so many Americans, like, no Americans are happy with like the state of America on either side. So it's just like, or like at least for the vast majority of people, it seems to be that way. So it's just like, it just feels mean. Americans love rage baiting Americans. Exactly. Like, the country is so fucking split, even amongst just like themselves. It's just like, it's doomed. Hey, try something and you get hit with the "we know." Yeah. Like, that's what's made it go like from funny to sad. It's because yeah, because you guys have like you've fallen into acceptance. It's like, yeah, we know. It's like, oh shit, I'm sorry, man. I didn't. You meant to at least fight back. Come on, I'm sorry. Everyone stood playing the national anthem at domestic sporting events. It's like you can't support until we play a song. I mean, we do that in Australia as well. I don't know why it's a thing at domestic sporting events. Maybe it's like an idea of having unity between the teams before they beat the shit out of each other. I don't know. It might also be a thing of just like sport has historically always been a thing to, yeah, like to sort of like build unity in a country. So maybe it's just like a holdover from like the 20th century, like Cold War era, uniting the people. I don't know. Although it still doesn't stop a lot of people from rioting in the streets when their team loses. As good as anything you can come up with. It's a cultural exchange. Oh no, but technically we mean in the domestic ones, where if it, like even in a domestic event where everyone like it's not like there's two different countries playing their own national anthems. It's just like teams from the one country playing, but they still play their anthem. But yeah, I would guess that it's a sort of like we're all Australians or we're all Americans at the end of the day kind of thing. So it's like win or lose, we're all like on the same side sort of thing. Who knows? Tradition? Yeah, and yeah, like it's yeah, it's obviously a tradition sort of thing, but it's like it's fun to, or it's interesting to think about where these traditions came from. Because they all come from somewhere, so it's interesting to think about like what might have caused like people to start doing that in the first place. I attempted to take Sanju's Vine idea and put it on your eldar. Good luck. Look, Sanju, no, not even Sanju enjoyed doing that. He was doing that and talking about how much he hated it. He's the one who decided to do it in the first place. We're doing it on a much smaller scale, to be fair. Is that going to be better or worse? Because I feel like when Sanju was doing it, he wasn't doing it on a large scale. Like, he was doing it for accents on the panels of specifically his important knights. It wasn't like he was wrapping it across the entire panels either. It was just like on the bottom edges, he was just sort of going around the bottoms to sort of frame the panels. I'm going to try a different technique today on the blue. So I'm going to sponge the highlights rather than trying to manually blend them through. So hopefully we shouldn't get as much gross sort of streakiness um, in the color underneath. So we're laying out the gray the same way we did last time. And we'll get it as smooth as we can there, which we were able to get the gray, the initial gray foundation pretty easily without much streakiness. All the problems just arose when I tried to blend the white highlights through. So yeah, I reckon just highlighting specifically with a sponge will be easier to do, and then we shouldn't have any streakiness. And then I might try wiping the blue on with a sponge as well, because I know that a lot of the streakiness came from brushing the blue. But with a sponge, I should be able to absorb a bit more, and I'll have a wider panel, so I might be able to get just lots of cleaner strokes rather than sort of pushing it around and being really sad. But I still want it to, like, I need to make sure when I do it, I need to make sure the color itself comes out as similarly as possible, because otherwise it'll be very noticeable that, like, I've done something, like, different things between the two. So the color needs to stay as close as possible to the first stripe, and then just get rid of the nasty texture that we don't like. Yeah, I wish the Corax white went on as smoothly as Grey Seer does. That would make my life so much easier for blending, because then I wouldn't have to worry about the streakiness as much. But I guess that's just the nature of the beast. When you add more black pigment to a white paint, it covers more nicely. The Grey Seer is quite grey by comparison. Like, because the Corax white still isn't a perfect white, so it still covers okay on smaller panels, but when you've got really big panels like this, it's absolute nightmare to get it nice and smooth. also an awkward section to do just because the way that I'm holding the Mini is not ideal. It's not like a big section for me to grip onto. I'm having to like pinch it like this and then brace with my fingers on my palm there. Which means that I don't really have a lot of room to move I can't really move my wrist on my right hand to do the painting. I have to do a lot of it with just like pulling my fingers back, which isn't ideal. Okay. So now we'll just go back and touch up any bits that are near the edges that aren't quite as clean as we want. And then we'll be able to start sponging on the white. And yeah, once we're done with these blue panels as well, we will need to come back through and redo some of the panel lining. I have made a bit of a mess. Okay, we're looking pretty good for the top facings. And I reckon for these little recesses here, because there's this one and then that one over there, we'll just do them in the same color as our panel line. And then for where we're peeking through to the engine underneath, we'll have that in black. Maybe we do some of the very trim sections on the engine in just streaks of gold. Could be nice. Gold on top of black always looks good. You don't want to have too much of it though, just little bits of accent. I reckon before we do our highlights on this as well, we may as well mark out the sections on the... we may as well mark out all the panels that we want to do in blue. Rather than having to constantly go back and forth, rinse and repeat each phase separately, you can just do it all in one go. It'll make the process feel less endless, because it won't... we'll like cut out the whole phase of, okay, done, reset, time to do it again. I feel like maybe for this bottom section I probably could have chosen to do it with the sponge, just because there's not really a lot of areas where I can mess up here. But, well, it's not going to take that long anyway. We don't need to be super neat either. Do you want a quesadilla or pork burgers? Decisions. Burgers, plural? Are they small burgers, or are you just a feaster? Can the average person not put away 2 burgers? Typically eat at least 2. I don't feel the need to put away 2 burgers. Like, I feel like one burger and a large, like a large chips is generally plenty of food. I don't really, or like when you're getting them ordered, or if you're making your own burger, even so, just like oven some chips and that's good. I don't feel the need to put away a second burger. Like when I'm starting to slow down while I'm eating, I stop enjoying it. So if I'm going through, like if I'm having to like, if I'm slowing down while I'm eating the second burger, I'm no longer having fun. There's gonna be a fire prism, right? Yeah, yes, this is a fire prism. Yeah, I've got the top half here. And yeah, now that we've, I think we've marked out the panels for the bottom half. Let's just see how it looks, and then we can decide what other panels we want to do in the blue as well. Because this is a good opportunity to see what the composition of it is like. Because I reckon for the bottom half, this is probably pretty good. Oh, actually, yeah, no, I think just the little notch above the hatch there would be a nice bit to do. And then I say we look at the top. Do you think we should do this large panel around the gunner seat? Or perhaps we do a couple of accent ones, like these two at the back. And then, like, either these two or these two at the front. Maybe we do these two at the back and these two at the front. Decisions. Actually, yeah, I think we do that, and then we can do again the little notch above the gunner seat. Yeah, I reckon we do it like that. Oh, how am I making a mess on such a simple shape? It's literally a rectangle, and I've managed to go out of the bounds of it. Okay, then we'll let that dry, and then we'll come back and do our second coat in a bit. And while that dries, we can start marking out our sections on the top. Other option is, instead of doing these two back panels here, instead do that panel and that panel. And then it'll be, it might be a bit more visually interesting because it won't be symmetrical. Yeah, maybe that's the way to go. Yeah, I like it. I like breaking the symmetry. Also, it's an interesting shape. Even more important, though, I can't decide if you want to go to the show tomorrow, which wish it wasn't in Baltimore. What kind of show is it? I'm assuming it's a... Like, I'm assuming it's a music thing. I don't really know what other shows there would be, and also you're a music guy. Is it one that you already have tickets for, or is it one where it's just kind of like a smaller gig and like you can just rock up? Gothic post-punk stuff. I only know the one act that will be playing. Music genres are crazy to me. I feel like we've had this discussion before, like in the past. Just like the names of music genres are wild. Like Gothic is like I can see that, but like I don't even know what post-punk would be. Like what direction did post-punk go in? Or is it a gothic breed of post-punk? Like, I don't know how the genres interact. Gothic post-punk, basically think of gothic music, but you're also getting punched in the face. I don't know if this is an accurate description of it or not, is the worst part. Or if you're just making shit up. Could be both. You could just be making shit up, and that could be entirely on the mark. Post-punk is stuff like The Cure and Joy Division. Not gonna lie, I know the name The Cure, I can't think of any songs by them. Shit, I'm gonna need to see if I can scrape some of this grey out of the panel line here, because especially on the top half of this mini, the panels are like the recesses are really deep. square channels, so it'll be hard to get rid of that if it dries. Definitely embraced by the goth scene. Kind of funny how these bands were embraced by the early goth scene, but they don't like the goth label for their bands. So when you said gothic, I was thinking like gothic rather than goth. I don't know if so when you said gothic, I was thinking like gothic in the historical sense, like the sort of way that Warhammer uses gothic, not as in like goth, like emo adjacent, or I don't know if like the goth scene is like emo adjacent the way I'm thinking of it, but or are they the same thing or are they different? Like, is the goth scene very like, is it like modeled after like gothic imagery, or is it its own like meaning of the word? Gothic as architecture, yeah. Okay, so it's the same sort of vibe as like historical, like Gothic architecture sort of thing. Like as in the goth scene embraces that sort of thing, because you emo is goth adjacent. Please don't insult. Okay, sorry. Okay. The reason I said it the other way around, because when my sister was like in high school, my sister was into emo and punk, and so, but she was never really into like goth, so for me that was the main one I saw. Goth refers to a subculture, right? Okay, just because. So when you said gothic post-punk, does that mean that we're leaning more toward like it's away from goth and more towards shit like organs and like and like that sort of thing? Or is the word goth modifying post-punk? Gothic is about architecture. Well, Gothic, it is and it isn't. Because it's not just about architecture, it's about the era in which that sort of architecture was being sort of embraced. Because there's things like Gothic horror as well. And Gothic horror, for example, is like, it's not horror about the architecture, it's horror that's sort of inspired by the vibe born, like the vibe of the era in which the architecture was prevalent. The early goth scene had a lot of visual aesthetic associated with the punk scene. Yeah. Actually like the new Drukhari Combat Patrol, don't have any of the freaky elves. I haven't bought any GW in a long time. Maybe get this for Christmas. Yeah, I like the models that are in the Drukhari Combat Patrol. Like, it's cool that they're putting the monsters in there, like with the Talus and the Cronus. But yeah, we've all established that in terms of value for money, the previous Drukhari Combat Patrol was way better. But Doesn't really matter if the value for money is better if you're not interested in the boats anyway. Definitely also almost want to grab another one of those before they're gone. I feel like they've a lot of places are running out of stock of them already because like when people knew that the Drukhari Combat Patrol was coming up, they started buying up the old ones. So if you want to get one, probably sooner rather than later because I imagine they are getting snapped up left and right because they're a really good deal. So, short version, goth is the only term used for the goth scene. No one uses gothic, even though goth is obviously just a shortened version of gothic, hence why you say gothic is referring to architecture. Okay, yeah, no, the whole reason that I was going down this tirade is because I wasn't sure if when you originally said gothic, and I wasn't sure if you were referring to goth or something else. But I'm with you now. But I do still, I feel like gothic in the term, like in like in the vibe of like referring to the architectural sort of that aesthetic. I feel like that can still appear in music. No, like if you were to say gothic metal, I'm not thinking like when I hear the term gothic metal, I'm thinking like electric, like or like electric guitar, and then someone going fucking crazy on a pipe organ. Like that's the vibe I get. You just checked eBay, never mind. They're going from between 155 and 1,750 US dollars. It's already become a collector's item. Incredible. some point the scene heavily embraced a Victorian era aesthetic, which is why you see all the imagery of people in suits and dresses reminiscent of that era. Interesting. What do we reckon? Do we like just the back sections, or do we think we get a couple of accents going on the front as well? Because I'm thinking if we do any more, it'll probably just be these panels here. Just that one and the one on the opposite side. I think maybe we'll do... Yeah, I think we'll probably do these ones as well. Just to help pull it all together. And then we'll just need to do a second coat on all of these sections on the top panel. And then we can start sponging our highlights on. Also coincided with a change in the music, which is when you started getting more thematic imagery and more somber music. Yeah, cool to see how those things change over time. And interesting to see, well, interesting to watch a whole scene shift in the same direction. Well, I guess it probably didn't all shift in the same direction. I'm sure there were a lot of offshoots and that sort of thing around that sort of time. But it's cool to see when like a large movement sort of goes in a new direction and everyone sort of goes along with it, or a lot of people go along with it, because those people were generally sort of all like, they might have already been wired to sort of be interested in that new direction to begin with, or they're more receptive to that sort of thing, even if that's not what it was originally about. Along with the occult leanings, hence why so much of goth culture is associated with people thinking they're vampires. Oh, my sister went and saw a band in like the last year or two, and she said it was fucking awesome. I forgot their name, but they were just like unbelievably like hardcore into that sort of imagery, and really good performers apparently. I'll think of it at some point later today, probably in like 3.5 hours or so. The name will come to me. But like she's never really been like into that sort of thing. But then she like went and watched them, and she said it was just fucking awesome. I feel like you'll probably know who they are. I think she said that one of their famous pieces of merchandise was a dildo that looked like it was like a shrunken head or something. It was like a shriveled man or something along those lines. Like, they're just unbelievably edgy, but apparently just like really fucking cool performers. Sounds like the Genitorturers. No, it wasn't, that wasn't them, but, I know it was like... Oh, I nearly had it. It's a really short name. I nearly had it. Fuck! Yeah, this is gonna annoy me now. You're regretting putting the fins on your wave surf and feel like you should have painted them separate. Oh, yeah, I've seen like I watched there was a like video from I think it's the Zumikito video where he's like doing different painting techniques and he was trying sponging on a wave serpent and that looked painful. Just text my sister and ask her. No, that'd be giving up. I need to like this is a matter of pride. I'm so close to remembering it. Need to pick up Magnus and Fulgrim, then you'll have all the Primarchs, including the... Oh, no, yeah, you probably already have the Loyalist ones. Oh, no, yeah, I've seen photos of your Loyalist Primarchs already. Yeah, you're right, yeah. I don't think I'd say my favorite Demon Primarch models... okay, my top 3 Primarch models are... Angron, Mortarion, and then the Lion. Like, the others are good. I would say that the Magnus one is a bit lacking, which is sad because I really like Thousand Suns. And then the Fulgrim one is cool, but I feel like it just doesn't have like the insane base that that Angron has, and just like the detail on Angron and Mortarion is insane. Also, their wings are awesome, where the Fulgrim wings are a little bit underwhelming. And then like if we look at Gilliman, he's just some guy. Like he's just a guy. I'm sorry to all you Gilliman fans out there. He's not that interesting. The model doesn't really sell him too well, in my opinion. He's just a guy with a flaming sword. Like, the Lion has got his little men with him, and he's a sick old man. Sick, not as in like, but sick as in like, oh yeah. You want to see this one act, but you hate going to Baltimore so much. If you knew the other two bands, you'd probably be more inclined to just suck it up and deal with the hassle of going to Baltimore. Is it a long trip out there for you, or is it just like Baltimore just sucks, or is it is it a bit of both? You still want to get them and then get Abaddon and play them all together. Yeah, go for the Heresy reunited. I really like the Horus Heresy version of Demon Fulgrim. He's a beautiful man as opposed to uh, post fentanyl addiction Fulgrim that we have in 40k. Completely just like crack addict. He's gone off the rails. Like I understand it. It makes sense. Um, it's been 10,000 years. This is what 10,000 years of Slanesh does to a man. 10,000 years of Slanesh, and also probably the after effects of a virus bomb to the face. It's the traffic to Baltimore. Right, okay. Mortarion is the best. You think the Mortarion's wings, that model, oh, it is crazy good. Um, that is the sort of model that would break a man who wants to paint it perfectly. That is the sort of thing that would actually just end my career. Like one of my mates who I play tabletops with, like tabletop game, like not or specifically TTRPGs, not 40k because he's overseas. Um, he used to paint Warhammer, and the thing that made him stop painting Warhammer was the Mortarion model because he was working on it for so long and he burnt out because it was so much detail and stuff that he wanted to get right. It just that that was what made him stop painting for a very very long time. Last time you went up there earlier this year, you got to Baltimore on the Washington. Got on the Baltimore Washington Parkway. Took you an hour to go 20 to 30 or 25 to 30 miles. I see. Is Parkway a fun pun on the word highway or freeway because it's always congested? Is that what that is? Is this like is this some accepted local lingo for for that road? You love Humanitarian. You've got 150 hours into him and still need to put another 150. Yeah, like that model is insane. I am glad that I do not, or that I'm not a Death Guard guy, because otherwise I would just be, I would never get anything done. It would all be put into Mortarion. Instead, I'm an Imperial Knights guy, so I never get anything done. could not tell where it came from, but it's a term used in America for certain roads. Actually, not a joke term. So, does that mean it's used for roads, even ones that, like, it's used even for roads that aren't permanently congested? Like, it's not just a joke term for roads that are meant to be fast but are always blocked? Just shocked at how much time he said he'd put into the model and the amount of time he still had anticipated to put in the model. Yeah. I'm surprised you're surprised, Gavin. We all know that Silver has nothing but time and patience to spare. This man would avoid going to sleep if he didn't need to. Sleeping is is an obstacle to his goal of painting 24 hours a day. Okay. I think that's good. I think that's all of our grays marked out now. So now we can start doing the highlights for them and then turning them blue. But let's just look at how the composition of it is first before we start going at it. So all of these sections will be blue. I think this will be good. I like it. And then for the other empty spaces, that's where we'll start doing. We'll do heraldry. So we might do some Eandon transfers or freehands around here, just to sort of fill it in. This I think will need to turn into some kind of glowing gem. These gems at the front here will turn red. Might get some black lines running through it here and there. I think we'll be able. I think this will be good. I like the balance of blue and blue and yellow/orange we're going to have. Yeah, so I'm just going to go to the bathroom before we get started on the blues, so I'll be back in just a minute, and then we can get going on the highlights and filling it all in. So yeah, I'll be back in a minute. Okay. I am back. Okay, so now we can measure out. Oh shit! I forgot to clean the sponge. It's gone a little bit hard. Hopefully, I can get rid of the dry paint in it so it doesn't block up all the pores. Ooh. Whoops. Might have just compromised this sponge. Yeah, I think I just tore some of the fibers on that one. I've got lots of spares though, so anyway, we'll let that one sit now that I've potentially damaged it. But it might be good just for a more textured finish elsewhere. But let's get a fresh sponge to use for our highlights. Need to dig into this container to get the another one out. There we are. Okay, fresh sponge. Now, highlights are going to be in the Corax White. Okay. Now let's just see how this comes along. To see if we can execute this without too much issue. So a lot of this is going to be a matter of trying to feather it in with the grays and avoid spilling it out. So our bright points are going to be along here. And I might need to feather it back as well with some grey. We'll just start by sort of sponging in our highlights. I might just get a little bit of moisture on there as well. And hope that we just don't get too splotchy with this. Yeah, I reckon what we'll probably do is we'll sponge it back with the grey. If need be. But honestly, we may not even need to go that far. So the main goal is, yeah, just to get the different levels of brightness. And when we come back with the contrast paint, it is going to knock away these lower sections anyway. Let's just see if we can fix the focus on the camera though, because it's slightly out. There we are, that's what we want. Probably going to need an additional coat of our white here, just to really bring out our highlights. But yeah, I am liking this a lot better than the way we did it on the other side with the brush. Just because the way it sort of tapers out feels more natural. Yeah, I reckon this is way better than the way we did the other side. Never go back into your local games workshop after you've ripped a massive smelly fart and always killed anyone. You had mentioned this last time, yeah. You did mention that one. You back from work? Hello, Sunju. But look, Agent Smith, if you're lucky, it was bad enough to wipe the memories of everyone present and they won't remember who did it. They'll just know that they had a bad experience. Like, they'll see you and they'll have a trauma response, but they won't know why. It's a proud moment, not gonna lie. Yeah, you were very proud of it last time when you were first telling us about it. I'm not too worried about little bits of spill on the other side because I might come back and edge highlight some of these sections. Although actually, as I've said that, I've realized that maybe I won't do that, so I should be a little bit worried about little bits of spill on the other side. I don't want to have to edge highlight all of these panels if I can avoid it. Doesn't mean I won't do any of them. But I don't want to feel compelled to have to do it everywhere. Okay, where else have I done my highlights? It'll need to be on the front edge along here. And then it'll just sort of feather out, so it should just bleed out into a wider patch on the flat area. If we just draw a wedge down like that, that should be the sort of shape we want. really bright point in the corner here especially. And then along the upper edge like this. How many hours do I have in this prism? I think around 10-ish, maybe? 10, 15 or so? So, not a whole lot. Like, I probably would like to be further along it than I am. But, in the scheme of things, this is pretty quick progress for a model that I'm painting. Trying something to use to get smooth gradients in the blue? Yeah. I'm thinking that maybe using the makeup sponge will be a bit easier than, or a bit more effective than the than trying to manually brush and blend them, because that way at least I won't run the risk of getting the really noticeable long, streaky brush strokes. And it'll be easier to sort of feather it out in a wider arc, because I can just, yeah, dab it out rather than sort of trying to blend it and glaze it. Got a new contrast medium that'll help keep it smoother too. I do have contrast medium. I don't know. I don't really want to change up the method halfway through this panel though. Like, I'm pretty happy with the progress that we're getting on it. Yeah, I don't want to risk it. Yeah, I reckon it's pretty nice, the texture we're building up. Like, I just want to smooth out this area over here, and then just build up some higher points on our highlights that we've got over here, and I think we should be pretty good. So trying to figure out how to paint the Patriarch. Fairly sure you know what you're going to do for the regular Gene Stealers. Yeah, the repos you did of the Patriarch looks really good as well there. I reckon once you get some paint on that, it'll be seamless. Did I airbrush the yellow? I did, yeah. I did airbrush the yellow because I did not want to try to deal with with manually brushing smooth finishes over the really large panels like this. And look, honestly, if I was smart about it, I would be airbrushing the blue as well, because it's also a contrast. And so airbrushing it would make my life a lot easier. But if I did that, I wouldn't really be able to do it on stream, and then I'd also have to bother with all the like I'd have to mask everything up, and it'd just be a whole pain in the ass. It'd give a nicer finish, but I'm lazy. Yeah, I reckon we're almost there. I think a slight highlight along the top edge of this panel here, and then we just need to sponge a little bit of the grey back through along the edge of that. And then maybe just feather out this highlight along here a bit as well. Just don't want it to have as solid of an edge on it. I reckon that's probably pretty good. Don't feel bad you airbrushed the carapace for your Night Abominant, but tried brushing all the other armor panels. Should have airbrushed them all. Yeah, yeah, I manually brushed all of the panels of my I manually brushed everything of my Questoris Knight. So it was a Knight Errant, and that was an incredibly long and painful process that resulted in a lot of really gross panels. So, like, I am well acquainted with the pain of manually painting large panels, but I was especially scared for this because being an Eldar vehicle, I wanted it to be super sleek and clean, and the panels are way bigger than anything, like any individual thing on the Knight I did, because they all flow together, so it's almost like one big smooth surface. Whereas at least like with the Knights, the armor pieces are segmented and broken away from each other, so it's not as easy to notice. Well, or I guess individually they don't like feed into each other as evenly. That's better. There we are. Did I overbrush the skeleton on the errant at least? No! I'm pretty sure I didn't. Maybe I did. It was a long time ago, but I'm pretty sure I did not overbrush anything on that thing. I was young, naive, and just straight up stupid. I just did not do anything that would make my life easier on that thing. Relapsing into your gacha of choice? No, what is your gacha of choice technique? Is this Uma Musume? I've got one of my friends he's been hardcore captured by Uma Musume. He made a point of, when it came out, opening it on his Steam account and never closing it. So he's like well over 1,000 hours on it now. Young and Naive was like 8 months ago. It was only like... No, surely the Knight Errant was longer than that. That was so long ago. Surely it's not 8 months. Summoner's War, which is technically a gacha. I have seen the ads for Summoner's War. I've never touched it. I always assume... Because isn't it one of the ones that has like all the AI slop ads? Or is it one of the ones that's not as egregious in the ads on YouTube? I finished in like January. I see. I guess it wasn't that long ago then. I don't know why I'm doing the highlight like this. I should be mirroring the highlights on the surrounding panels. I'm stupid. Let's see if I can wet my spare sponge and then just use it to wipe away what I just put on there. If I'm lucky, we can reset without much consequence. Yeah, okay, okay, we can do that. That's a nice little substitute for an eraser there. Just a wet, high-density sponge. Gets rid of most of it. We'll let that fully dry, and we'll do the other panels in the meantime. The base was made a year ago, night finished like 7 months ago. Right. Yeah, it was like a 4-month endeavor or something, wasn't it? It was insane. Oh. Don't know if you heard that bang there. My entire house just shook. I reckon that'll be good. We just need to get these sorts of highlights along these panels, and I think we'll be chilling. So this highlight will need to run along the top edge of this panel. What's next on the Eldar list? Maybe Avatar of Cain will be the next one we do after this. Who knows? Because the Avatar, I've already got the base done, and the big boy is already primed, so he's pretty easy to just pick up and go. And then next on the Tyranids list, besides Tyrannofex, I have not gotten that far. The Tyranids are definitely my back burner army that I do just like as a side thing to relax. So I haven't really thought too much about what I want to do there. Just realized I was making a mess on this little thing that's sticking up. Although, I might actually paint this black or gold. Probably black. So it doesn't matter too much. The Avatar was okay to paint, but the Incarn was a nightmare. The shapes on the Incarn do seem like a pain to reach. Like all the swirling shapes and stuff. Good thing I am not all that interested in the Inari. Okay, I reckon that's probably good for the highlights on this one. Just again, pick out that top edge. And that'll probably be pretty good. Eldar seems like an army that would suffer from prints, as they're so curvy and covered in big panels. Um, I've printed some of my Wraithguard are printed, and at least those ones that I printed, they actually look fucking phenomenal. I love the way their heads have come out. They're really smooth. It could just be a really good model that I got, a really good STL. And it's like they're indistinguishable from the real thing. So I'm at least very happy with the Wraithguard STLs that I have. It means that I can just infinitely expand my my Wraithguard army without having to worry too much about them being clearly 3D printed. Like they just fit right in. It's great. It could be an issue for other Eldar, like other Eldar units, but yeah, at least for the Wraiths, that seems really good. Yeah, I'd say that The things that I've had the most trouble with doing prints for in general have been Necrons, just because of how fiddly a lot of the connections are, because there's lots of like really thin bones and stuff connecting them. Like it's so easy for them to just melt in the printer. Yeah, I reckon we go for the hard line on the bottom edge, then I might do that over here as well. Give us a little bit of a highlight. And then we can just build this up. I reckon might be a bit thick there, so what I'll do is just with a damp sponge tip, just see if I can then absorb some of that back up. Ooh, there's a line there. What? Yuck. That's not good. Yuck. What is that? Okay, I guess we're recoding with our grey seer, and then we'll have to try that again. Spongy steel jacket because you wanted some texture and it's barely noticeable. Yeah, it comes down. It depends on how dense the sponge is that you're using. The one that I use to that gives me a lot of texture is a very, very porous sponge. But then the one that I'm using at the moment is it's super dense, and so the denser sponges will give less texture, so you get smoother transitions. A strange splodge. Yeah, not nice. Hopefully once this dries, we'll be able to get an okay sort of highlight going. In the meantime, is there anything else that we can do? I can probably come back over here and just try feather this a little bit better. So let's just pick up a little bit of grey seer. And then really thin that out, wet it down. And then just see if we can just along the edge of the this section here. See if we can just eliminate a little bit of that transitory line. Doesn't need to be perfect. That's better. That's good enough for me. There's another sneeze. Ugh, that one took so long to come out. I was like waiting for it for ages. Yeah, I'm a little bit ill. Woke up with like the roof of my mouth really swollen. I was like, uh-oh. Hopefully this doesn't go too bad, but it seems to be fine. It's just uncomfortable. Well, it is what it is. Let's see if we can get a nice clean transition going with the highlight here, and hopefully not get anything gross and nasty like we had a second ago. Maybe just get a little bit of moisture on the sponge. There we are. This is better than it was before. Just need to make sure we don't get like the concentric circles of the sponge showing through. I reckon for coverage, that's pretty good. We just need to get the brighter points now on the bottom edge. That's looking pretty good. Yeah, I reckon that's good. So now we can go on to the blue, and this is going to be the painful part. Oh, this is the part that I've been dreading. I'm just going to squeeze out as much of the paint as I can from the sponge here, so that it doesn't dry in it and ruin it. And then we're going to get a third sponge that doesn't have any white paint in it. And we're going to load that up with our blue contrast and see how we go in terms of applying it with a sponge. If we're lucky, it'll come out really nicely. If we're lucky. Okay, so I'm going to wet the tip of the sponge. Hopefully this will help the paint flow a bit more easily. We're going to soak it in the contrast and then wipe off any of the excess. Let's see how this comes out. Let's try somewhere a bit more controlled first, like up the top here. I think this has potential. Because it does avoid a lot of the issues of the brush. I think at least for large amounts of coverage, this could be good. And then always just have the option of coming back with a brush for some of the touch-ups. Can't say for certain though. But maybe for especially for flat panels that don't have complex shapes, this could be the way to go. Maybe not, actually. Maybe not. I'm just seeing the difference between this and the other side. I think for thin areas this is good. But the second it goes wider than the sponge, it gets a little bit nasty. Also, I just wiped some on the yellow, and it dried instantly. So now that yellow is just green. Awesome. I guess we will need some edge highlighting there. Oh. Oh. Okay, I need to stop. The sponge is making it all worse. I don't know how I have a talent for finding worse ways of doing things that I'm already struggling with. Like, I have an issue, and I'm like, this'll make it easier, and then it makes it even worse than it already was. I think we just need to accept that we're gonna have some shit texture going on. And if we can accept that, then that's the first step to progress. It is what it is, my friends. Sometimes it just be that way. Model looks painful. It's probably not the model. I think I am making it look painful. If I had just decided to sponge everything or airbrush everything, it'd be fine. But unfortunately, since I'm mixing techniques, we're getting lots of different texture, which is the annoying thing. Like, if I was doing it all by hand, then the texture wouldn't bother me as much. That's because I'm doing a mixture of different things. We're getting texture in some spots, and then other directly adjacent panels that should be the same material have a different texture. And that's where the issues are coming from. I think you'd rather eat cactus than paint eldar, not because they look bad, because you'd have a stroke painting them. They're so nice though, they're so cool. It's just that I think the way that I like to paint things is not the most compatible with how I want my eldar to look. That was an airbrush? Yeah. Yeah, I would use my airbrush for this, but then I wouldn't be doing it on stream. I think all future things where I'm trying to do contrast paint on large panels will be done with an airbrush. This bit is a little bit awkward because I want to show the lighter point on the higher rim there, which we're sort of getting, but I still want to avoid the texture where we can, which is hard because it's a lot of long strokes along here. So we really do see the shape of the bristles forming. I'm gonna have to redo that this little recess here. I'll just go over it and then we'll redo it once all of this is dried. Like when we're coming back through for all of our touch-ups and stuff. Oh, especially at the end here, it's all starting to dry into like a string along here. Is not great. I think we're doing better than we did on the other side, but it's similar. But honestly, I think having similar texture on both sides is better than having vastly different texture on both sides. As long as it doesn't look outright worse, I'm happy. And who knows, before the end, I might come to like this, or I might think of a way to fix all of it, like even out all of the texture. Hey. Okay, I need to stop touching this now because we're going to really fuck it up with texture as this dries. So just need to get this to a tolerable point and then stop touching it, and then we'll fix it on the next pass. There, that's tolerable enough for me. Now we leave it be, and then we will come back through and fix up any texture here. I like how it looks along here. Along here, it looks really nice. I like this. If we can get the rest of it to be like this, where it's not really streaky, but sort of patchy, where like the pools have dried, I like that. Just need to be somewhat careful, because the way I got that texture was by getting a blob and pushing it around. But when I'm going near these recesses, it's very easy for those blobs to just go over and fill up my my panel lines like they have over here. Yeah, I think for a lot of these little yellow bits, we're going to have to recoat that white and then brush the original yellow contrast back over them. Yeah, I think I've gone from the point of denial to acceptance. So I've accepted that I'm not getting this to the same texture as the yellow, and that's just the way it is. So if I can just get all the blue sections looking the same, then at least it might communicate that the blue sections are actually a different material. There might be some kind of metallic finish or something. And then I won't feel as bad. As long as we get consistency between the blue, it's all good. Anything like a blue crystal structure? Yeah, that too. If that's what it evokes, then I'm happy. As long as someone can come up with an idea for what it might be, then it's all good. If it reads as something else, then I guess it's something else in that person's eyes. Yeah, honestly, I actually quite like the texture now. I think the texture is really cool. It definitely adds a lot of depth. It makes it look a lot less flat, because I think that was something I was a little worried about, was it just feeling flat. Okay. Now we just need to clean up the edges. So the bits where there's still white peeking through, like up here. So you won't be able to sneak into first year painting competitions. You actually have to compete against one of the best painters in the world. Uh-oh. You gotta make the most of it while you still can. Win those awards. Yeah, this section here's got a lot of the streakiness that we don't like, so we're just going to see if we can just cover that over with some of the sort of splotchiness of the pooling that we do like. Just want to avoid completely changing the color though. We don't want it to get too dark. Yeah, I reckon that'll probably be pretty good. You're kind of not challenging yourself. He's rank 4 in the world for Tau. I mean, that's a target to shoot for. Then you've got a worthy opponent, someone to learn from at very least. Got your Games Workshop told you that most people he deals with don't paint their miniatures. What's the point of having them then for real? Yeah, a lot of people just want to play the game. Okay, so now we just do the inside edge here. And honestly, I think that I might go and do another little coat on the other side when we're done here. We'll see how it all looks together, but just another coat with the really splotchy finish, just to see if we can build up a bit more depth and texture on the first half that we did last time we painted. We'll see though. Yeah, we'll see how this turns out and see how they compare to each other before we make any rash decisions. Okay. I think just for the underside there, that's fine. Doesn't need to be perfect. Yeah, I reckon this is going to look really nice. So let's just let that dry for the time being. I do definitely think an additional layer, just sort of like an additional splodgy layer along that bottom edge along here could be really nice. It'd give it that sort of finish that we've got there. I do think the sponging has helped a bit as well. But yeah, we'll move over to the top half anyway for the time being. And then we'll come back once the bottom section is dried. Oh, actually, hang on. Nearly forgot this tiny little bit here, just above the cockpit. Just get a blob like that, wick off the excess. How did that get there? Did I just do that, or was that already there? Gonna be a lot of touch-ups necessary for this thing, damn. I'm making such a mess of everything I do. That should be pretty good there, though. Now we can go to the top half. Just a little too thin. We'll just get it to cover, and then we will revisit this once it's dried. I think an issue we've got here as well is I'm pulling towards the highlights. Also, there's little bits floating around here, and I don't think that's from my brush. I think those are just bits of texture that were already on there that are becoming apparent once I put the contrast paint on, which is a little annoying. I should also be dragging this up into the shadows rather than down towards where I've got my highlights. Then I get a little bit of moisture on the brush, pick up a bit of the contrast paint, thin it out, and then just blob it onto the places where my shadows are. And it's some more, get a bit more water. Let that dry. And then I might need to fix that up a little bit. But it's probably not too bad, honestly. It's not amazing. It's not the worst. Actually, it's pretty bad. It doesn't look that bad on the camera. It looks really bad in person. Yeah, there's a definite line that has formed, so I'm just going to coat the whole thing so I can try to get rid of that line that's forming, and then an additional coat will fix it. Okay, yeah, we don't have any stain lines anymore, so we can come back and fix that if we need to. It might dry nicely just like this, though. And while that does dry, let's see if we can do the other side properly. So the way that I had intended to do it is we start with the blob at the bright point, and then we pull it towards the dark point. I've probably got too much contrast here, so we'll wipe away the excess. Yeah, a little bit more. Just so that we don't get any noticeable brush strokes on it. And then, yeah, we just pull it up onto the edges that we want it to dry darken. And then clean the brush. And then just suck up the parts where there's a bit too much. And I like that. That's really nice. Okay, so you just need to do this again. So start at the bright points, pull down into the dark sections. So in this case, the bright points are up high. Okay, almost there. We want a blob here that will pull towards this instrument in the middle. Like that. And then another one down the bottom here. And then let's just get a blob forming underneath there. So we've got a nice bit of shadow in there. Green still is red. We'll post pics when the wash is dry. Nice. I need slightly bigger blobs on the sides here, because I keep accidentally just getting that streaky brush texture. Which is the one thing that I strive to avoid at all costs when I'm working with contrast. Okay, that's looking pretty good there. Should be able to get the finish on Oh, did I just... I'm actually so disgusting. I don't know how I'm managing to just get splotches of green all over this thing. Anywhere I touch it, it suddenly turns green. I don't know where I'm picking up this the blue contrast on my hands and then putting it on it from, but it's quite annoying. It's going to be so much touch-up work to be done on this thing once I've finished with all the primary colors. Yeah, I do like these panels though, these ones that we're doing right now. They're just like, they're just fun shapes. Hey brother, hey Juggernaut, how you going, mate? And then yeah, I think I'll just build up a little more texture on the top half of this panel. And yeah, I think we want to lean into the texture rather than try to eliminate it. So now I get a very watered down version, and then we just brush it in from the outer edges. And then pick up these blobs and pull them up. To sit along here. And then we build them out with a couple more blobs that we'll just stipple in. Good, how about you? Yeah, not too bad, we're getting there. Progressing slowly. I say slowly, honestly, a little bit more quickly than last time. But slowly nonetheless. Getting a cat next week. Is this Horus? Or is this another cat in addition to Horus? Yes? Wait, hang on. I asked 2 questions and you answered with yes. This is Horus? Okay. It's not a companion for Horus, it's Horus himself. Like the quiet guy from Dark Souls 3. Like... That's why... Fucking Zoomers. Mind goes to Dark Souls 3 before Egyptian mythology. I guess that's how it is. Okay, yeah, I reckon we want to get a little bit more depth built on the original panel that we did. Get it looking a bit more marbled along here, and that'll be really good. It's spelled Horus, not Horus. Oh, wait. Is the Horus one the Egyptian mythology? I thought... Oh, because there were 2 Horuses. Were they both Horus? Maybe I'm just... wrong. Okay, L take from Azuma. L, yep, look. Okay, okay. Maybe, I guess I'm wrong then. I'll take it. Horus's bird guy. Horus's Egypt god. Is, but what about the Avenger? Is that spelt the same way? Okay, the Avenger is also spelt the same way. Yeah, okay, they're both spelt the same way. Who's the zoomer now? No comment. Okay, so yeah, we'll just see if we can get some of the sort of the pooling and marbling forming on the original panel that we did. Just want to be careful not to go overboard. Like there, I reckon that'll be good. Yeah, this will be good. We just need to build it out now. Get a nice heavy coat going through here. And now a bit of moisture on the brush. And we'll just pull down. Yeah, there we are. There. Now we've got that more marbled sort of light dark thing going on there. A bit better. And now I just need to try to blend this out neatly onto the flat panel without making too much of a mess. Really want to pool it on this this side here, because that's where all the shadow will be collecting. And I need to quickly jump back over here and smooth this out before it dries and make some stain lines. Okay, this is coming along nicely. Get some water. Yeah, a lot of this is going to be staining the dark areas and then just getting some very thin down stuff and pulling it from the light areas just so that we don't have like a visible line between the old stuff and the new stuff. But just need to be careful not to get rid of our highlights. Okay. I think the way this dries is going to be quite nice. Although I might need to touch up this area here because the divide between these two bits is a little bit stark. Otherwise it's coming along pretty well. Because now... let's just see how all the colors come together. Oh, okay. I always say it. Take a step back from your work, gamers. I really like the texture now. I hated the texture at first. I really like it now. Man, so good. And I think what we'll do, because it does look a little barren in the middle, we'll paint the hatches a solid color, and we'll try to give them a color similar to the blue, but not quite the same as the blue. Just to give it a bit of weight in the middle as well, because it's lacking a little. It's lacking something in the middle of the model. So I think with the color of the hatch doors, it should be better. And yeah, I think we get some decals on these 6 panels here. Maybe not all 6 because that thing's there. And then we should be able... it should start coming together pretty quickly, I reckon. A lot of it as well will also be painting the underside and the weapons darker to sort of offset the light colors. So what I might do is I'm going to let those bits that we've currently got wet dry. And while they do so, I'm going to quickly go and just refill my glass of water. And then when I get back, maybe we'll start doing the turret, or sorry, the guns and the underside in our darker colors, just so that we can sort of see how it's going to look composition-wise. So yeah, I'll be back in a minute. Okay, I'm back. The clear cockpits make you upset? Yeah, they will not be clear forever. That is what I've decided. They're going to be opaque. And they will be glued shut, because I do not want to see these stupid men in there. The second one I build, I'm not even going to bother putting the pilots in there. Okay. Yep, let's just start applying our darker layers. And I reckon the way we're going to do this is I'm just going to sponge black on the underside first, just straight up Abaddon black to begin with, and then we can build up to lighter points with Corvus black, and then maybe get some highlights in greys, and then we'll have accents for the weapons in gold, maybe. But yeah, I normally don't really like the idea of just working in straight black for like main colors, but I think that just having something just really dark just to offset it is what this color scheme needs to sort of make it cohesive. Oh, I forgot to clean out this sponge that I was using. Ugh. That's something I need to remember to do, is clean out each sponge when I'm like after I've stopped working with it, so that it doesn't like have the paint really dry in there. And now one of these sponges that I was working with earlier, for white, still has a nice soft tip to it, so it shouldn't give us any gross texture. Not that it'll really matter anyway, because we're just sponging solid black on the underside. In fact, let's use the wide bottom for it for the most part. An overbrush might be a better way to go about this, but I can't be bothered to get my dry brushes out, and then I'd have to clean them as well afterwards. So we'll just sponge it to get most of the coverage, and then do the remaining bits with a brush. And for the bits that I can't reach, when I flip the sponge around to the other side, it should probably be alright. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna overbrush it. This is definitely inefficient as hell. Yeah. I think there's a time and place for the sponge, and I am trying too hard to find it. Think of doing Be'lakor for your 1 year. Be'lakor's model is crazy. It's so cool. My mate who plays demons has got a Be'lakor, which he doesn't paint a lot himself, so he had it professionally painted, and it looks so good. It looks beautiful. Micro Grimdark making all the changes RST and stuff. You've got 2 months to think about it. Yeah, there's a lot of different ways you can go with it. The way my mate ended up having his done is kind of it's almost the opposite. It's like lots of really shiny paints, like metallic hues on his skin and stuff. It looks really cool. Like all of his demons are like, because he plays Slanesh demons, he like likes to lean towards the gaudier looking things, I think. And so like his Keepers of Secrets and stuff and his Be'lakor, all of them have got like really almost like fluorescent metallic skin. It's crazy. What the fuck are we doing to it now? This is just the underside here. I'm doing the underside in black to offset the really bright color scheme against a darker underside. Don't worry, I'm not just destroying all of the hard work that we put into it, Silver. I'm not that crazy. And I really did not measure out enough black to get a nice even coat going. This is annoying. There's so much black in there, but it's just not leaving the pot. Please, I just need a blob on the dry palette. Thank you. I just need to make sure I grab it in such a way that I'm not going to put paint onto it. That should be good. You destroy scarabs and death marks, primed and ready to paint. Nice. Maybe someday I will go back and build and paint my Necrons again. Someday. Counting Titans, you have 12 armies now. Jesus. Yeah, only at 2 and a couple of nights. Yeah, well, I don't even know, like, at what point would you say you've got an army? Like, at 1k points, would you say that's an army? Because if that's the case, I've got, like, 1 functional. 2 functional. 1k is an army. I've got 2. And then I've got several other fragments in the works. I guess I've got 3 because knights, you get 2 out of the knights there. You get both the Imperial and Chaos in 1. That's a freebie. Functional. We all know I have 5 armies with 1k plus points. I have them. Doesn't mean that they can stand on a table. I haven't assembled 90% of them. Eldar Knights, Nids, Necron, Space Marines too. Okay, the Nids, Necron, Space Marines, I probably don't come to 1k on any of them. I think if I did a decent sized decal just in the middle panel on both sides, it'd balance it out quite well. Maybe, yeah. Maybe just like a large decal there, and then get like a black stripe or something that runs from the bottom across and across the top gun as well, or something like that. Might be all we need. We'll see how it looks once we have all the major colors blocked out, because then we'll see like what the composition needs. I think I can afford to just lie this flat on my palm. I don't have any wet paint on my palm, do I? No, okay, I can afford to lie this flat on my palm like this. Leviathan alone is like 900 points, 975. Should I own at least one other Space Marine minimum? Okay, in which case I do have 1,000 points of Space Marines, yes. Necrons, you're not sure. What do I have for them? I've got Canoptic Wraiths, 1 box of Immortals, and the previous Combat Patrol, the one that had the Night Scythe / Doom Scythe in it. So yeah, 3 Wraiths, 5 Immortals, plus the Combat Patrol with the Scythe. Which most likely doesn't hit 2k. Also, most likely doesn't hit 1k because Necron point costs are quite low. I think this is probably all that I can reach with the overbrush for this, and the rest I'm going to have to do manually. But we can still do the underside of the turret here. I'm making the 10 to 5 hex mark, 5 immortals or 10 immortals. I want to have death marks, so the other 5 are probably going to turn into death marks rather than immortals. So it'd be a blob of 5 and 5. No warriors is wild. Look, they're boring. And also, I just like... I've only bought 2 boxes of Necrons. It was just... Well, I get 3 boxes. It was just like, very first Necrons I bought was the Immortals, because I wanted to see if I liked them. And then I was like, okay, I like them, and I bought the Combat Patrol. And then I was like, oh, hang on, Canoptic Wraiths are really cool, so then I bought them. And then I haven't touched them in years. Hello? Hey, go for it. How you going, mate? A lot of this is going to be just like trying to get surface area coverage here to make my life a little easier when I come back through with a regular brush. 545 points, it'd seem. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, Necron point costs are incredibly sad. Pretty good points for only having a single old combat patrol. Well, single old combat patrol plus a couple of stragglers. Low point cost just to one-tap half your shit. True. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be able to really, overbrush much more of this without risking, getting black paint on the bits that I care about. We'll just cover what we can, and then we'll come back through with an actual brush and see what we can do with this. But yeah, even just seeing this turning black now, I think that it's the right idea to do this in a very dark color, just to really offset it against the brightness. And yeah, after this, we will need to touch up some of the sections that we made an absolute mess of. Hey. So, let's hold this in such a way that we don't drop him on my palm of black paint. because I've got a crazy ass paint scheme for my Necrons. I don't even think they're that crazy. Like, it's a cool scheme. I don't think it's insane. It's high effort on the ones where I go all in on it. But I don't think my Necrons are too over the top. Okay, I think maybe we just leave all of the underside as pitch black, like, or just like straight black, and then we just edge highlight it in either very thin edge highlights of grey or just Corvus black, just to sort of pick out the edges of it without going over the top. Ugh. How can I hold this to make my life easier? Be like this. And then let's zoom this in a bit more. Never mind, I can't zoom it in. That's as zoomed in as it can get. Let's change our position then. There we are. This will be a little bit more comfortable. Shit. There we are. Save that. Okay, cool. You subscribe on the channel. Have a great paint job. Righto. Yeah, thanks for joining. Go for it. Have a good one, mate. I'll catch you later. Yeah, I'm glad that I'm not going any more insane on the underside than I've decided to. Because all of these little flutes here are painful as hell. I briefly considered making them glow with like engine heat. And I can now confidently say that I will not be doing that. Just thinning down this black a little bit, hoping that it'll make it a bit easier to cover with. Yeah, that's a bit better. Definitely need another pass, but at least I'm making progress on this now. Very dark. Be surprised if someone looked under the mini. It needs to be. It has to be clean for my sake. I will look under the mini. I will know. Call them a perv if they do. Look. Just because no one's gonna see it doesn't mean you shouldn't wear nice undies. You need to treat yourself. And like, if by some unexpected happening, someone does end up seeing your undies, you want them to look good. Never hurts to be prepared. The whole Angel season have a look under the mini streams sponsored by MeUndies. Please never look at the mini, only the anime girls get that attention. True. The glass cabinet is for the anime girls only. No Warhammer minis in the glass cabinets. Okay. That's looking pretty good. They're not perfect. I reckon we let that dry. And then if there are any bits that are particularly bad, we can always just give them another quick touch up. So now it's just the outside edge here. And this bit's actually important because people will see that. All along this outer lip here. Diabetes is damage over time. I feel like a lot of illnesses are probably damage over time. I don't know if diabetes is unique in that regard. Uh-oh. Accidentally just made a mess on the underside there. It's not irreparable though. It's not the worst. There's a little bit of carelessness though. Okay. Yeah, this is definitely what we need. Just the darker surface there to balance it out. I think having the weapons done in black will go a long way. Just realized that was out of focus. Whoops. Yeah, we're doing pretty well for this. Gonna do a few more touch-ups for this particular section, and then I'm gonna even out this area over here. And then, rather than continue toiling away at the underside here for a while, I might just do the cabin at the back and the guns, because that way we'll actually be able to see how the black surfaces sort of offset all the other colors we have. So here we'll just touch this up. Now we'll flip this over and do the top side of that tube there, because that is very visible. Yeah, I'll need a few coats to get that nice and solid. And for that, I will need to measure out a little bit more black paint. Okay. Yeah, let's just pick out the areas that are specifically visible from the top. This season in Destiny is undimensions your dimension. What does that even mean? I stopped understanding Destiny story years ago. One of the 9 gets killed by getting pulled from the 4th dimension into the 3rd. Right. Do they explain what so right? And so the 9 are just like extra magical awoken? Awoken, but just that little bit more awake? kind of like each planet's shadow. I see. I don't see, but I see. Hmm. Metaphorically, well, yeah. I imagine that weren't literally each planet's shadow. That would be pretty crazy. It'd be a bit out there even for Bungie. Alright, so next section that I want to do is the hatch on the back here. Not the whole thing, just the cargo bay itself. So these side panels, everything on the back except for the door, basically. Each of the 9 are connected with one of the planets, but they exist in the 4th dimension. The way that them getting pulled into the 3rd kills them is because if you tried to exist in a painting, your width would cease to exist. Right, I see. Magic the Gathering has some crazy lore. I'm sure it does. Are all of the Magic the Gathering collaborations canonical? Do all of the collab cards canonically exist in the universe of Magic? No, that's Universes Beyond. Okay. Because I know that a lot of things that do collabs, they write a way for those collabs to be canon, and it's quite wild. Okay. Probably far enough into that recess. Did I brush paint that yellow and black primer? No. So, and I, thankfully not. That would be horrifying. No. I cheated with the yellow. I primed this white, and then I spray primed I sprayed the yellow contrast over the white primer. Now what I'm doing is I'm going back and I'm doing the underside and the weapons in just straight black to offset the really light color scheme of Eandon, because I'll show you what I mean in a sec. Because the as it stands, the color scheme is really light and sort of lacks weight. So I'm doing the underside back in black so that it can sort of offset it all. Let's just get this all back in focus. Because essentially, where's somewhere dry that I can grab it by? Like that. And that's called keeping your sanity, not a hack. Yeah. No, it's just I like to avoid using the airbrush where I can because it feels like cheating and I enjoy manually brushing. But yeah, because that's where we're at the moment. And yeah, I'm going to be putting the undersides of these, I'm going to be turning them black to offset it. And then the guns, I'm also going to turn black. Um, and then I'm going to paint the hatches, put them over there because I don't like the pilots, so we're going to hide them. But yeah, I just, because it's really white, I think we do need some really heavy dark tones just in places to offset it. So like where these vents peek through and there, and the weapons, just with really heavy dark tones, that should offset it a lot. And you can, I think we can already sort of see it coming through when I hold it here. I do like how that looks, where you can see the black tones just sort of breaking it apart. And the engines as well. It's not all going to be the same black. I think towards the higher areas, we'll use a more of a blue black rather than just the flat black that we're using here. But for the most part, I'm just like, especially on the tops of the weapons, where they're round surfaces where you would expect to see a light reflecting, I might blend in some other colors just to sort of help break it up a bit. I think I've thinned it down a little too much here. So we'll need a second coat on this section at least. Which I was expecting to have to do anyway. And I guess for this bit here, we want to get it nice and smooth more than anything because this is exposed. So it'll be a lot easier to see any mistakes that happen on it. Patriarch pick incoming. Ooh, okay, it's finally dried. Keen to see what that looks like. You're not sure how I want to do the tube bits on the arms and legs. Think about doing the ones on the back in a flesh color. Now I do the ones on the arms and legs fleshy too if it's not messy, but burgundy screen pink, not fleshy. Okay, yeah. Has it uploaded yet? No, it must still be loading. Yeah, I'm keen to see what they look like, but I'm sure whatever you settle on, it'll end up looking quite good. Ah, shit, I just filled in my little panel there. My little panel line. Which I wanted to try to preserve because it looks surprisingly good between the black panels. Because there's little bits of yellow peeking through in it as well. Taking pics now will be a minute. Am I going to go back to the Armin proxy? Probably not. Not for a very, very long time at very least. But yeah, as it stands, I don't really have any intentions of returning to that monstrosity. I haven't gotten rid of it because that would be a waste. But yeah, as it stands, that thing is just a monument to my sins. There's a lot of little bits floating around on this model that I haven't really figured out what I'm going to do with them. Like these panels here or whatever they are. Like, I don't really know what I'm going to... Like, if I just keep them as the recess color, if that's okay, or if I need to do something else with them. Actually, hey Noah, how you going, mate? You should be asleep right now. I was gonna say, is it not late for you? You got school tomorrow, it's 2 AM. Go to bed, child. You need to be awake in 5 hours. Doing right, how about you? Yeah, not too bad. You're in high school now? What does that mean? Does school start at different times? Oh no, okay. You're just gonna pull fucking all night. Okay. Yeah, okay, you have fun with that. Pulling an all-nighter is always fun until about an hour after the sun comes up, and then it sucks. Having fun? Yeah, they're getting there. Having a good time. I'll show you what we've managed to do so far in a sec. I feel like we've made a lot of progress on this today. It's shaping up quite nicely. I'll just quickly finish this this back panel, and then I'll show you what we're looking at. You don't know if you've ever done a purposeful all-nighter. I just kind of end up realizing that's what happened. Yeah, I think the only times like, the only all-nighters that I've ever pulled have been, like, in high school, at friends' places. Like, when we're having, like, birthday party or that sort of thing, and then it's just, like, Halo Reach all night. Or, actually, no, while I was in Japan for my university exchange, I had a couple for assignments then, and that was not fun. That was, I think I've told the story about the, about the time I was working on, oh, and just nearly dropped my mini because I started laughing. That time I, was working on an assignment up late in Japan, and I didn't have any coffee. The only form of caffeine I had was, tea, and so I just had a cup of tea, and every time I emptied it, I would leave the tea bag in, get another tea bag, put it in there, and refill it. And so that was like, I had like a dozen tea bags in that cup, and it was just like, I had like a tummy ache, and I was thirsty, but the only food I had in my apartment or in my dorm room was jerky, and so, like I was like hungry, I was thirsty. The only food I had was jerky, so I was eating the jerky, and it was making me thirstier. But then I was so full of liquid that I couldn't drink regular water. It was a horrifying experience. Sounds like an average stoner. Well, I'm glad I'm not a stoner. I would not like to go through that experience again. Come back and see a post from Technic saying, "Be gone, Satan." He's just warding us against evil. Evil, aka high schoolers. Ah, he's not that bad. Just need to see if we can get a nice solid coat on this in here. It doesn't need to be solid all the way in, but just needs to be a solid coat going far enough in that you can't see the little bits of yellow right at the back in there. Okay, coming along pretty well. And now you should be able to do another coat on this back panel. And then we can have a look to see how it all looks together. It's not gonna, this isn't all of the black sections that we're gonna have visible from the top, but I think this will give us a good idea for how it'll balance out. I like how that looks, honestly. I thought that the black would be a little bit boring, but I think that it actually works quite well. So, how does this look? Let me get the top half. Yeah, again, I think a big thing is going to be the guns. Because you can sort of see it already with this gun here, with the black gun sitting on top. It does sort of contrast quite nicely, and I think when we get the gems and all that sort of thing on there, it'll all come together nicely. And then when we spin it around so we can see the back, I do really like having it with the black divide there. I think it definitely helps weight it down. And when we get the more like when we get the black more solidified on the underside up here as well, I think that'll also help a lot. And you can't really see it from this angle, but if I spin it around over this way, then we've got the black underside is mostly built out on this side here as well. And I think it just, it adds a lot of visual weight to it. So I quite like it. And yeah, I think that the engines especially will be a big one, because they are visible pretty much from all angles. And they'll add a lot of weight to the back of it too. But I reckon I'm probably going to call it here for the day, because I've been going for just over 5 hours now. I think we made a lot of progress, like actually a lot of progress today. We finished all of our blue panels, and I'm actually happy with them, because I was unhappy with the texture previously. But I think the texture just is so nice, actually. Before the next time we work on this, I will prime these so that we are able to work on them. I'll prime these and glue them in, and then we'll be able to work on them. You requested a 2-minute detour. Picks uploading right now. Oh, righto, yeah. I'll wait until your things are uploaded so we can check them out. But yeah, what do we think would be better? What do you think would be better to prime the hatch covers in, black or white? Because I feel like a white prime would let us get an easier bright color over it first, and then we can shade it down. As opposed to with a black prime, we could dry brush some highlights in. I think maybe black prime and then build up our grays and then go from there, maybe. I think you're gonna leave the tube bits on the arms and legs as is, because it would mean you'd have to do that on all your regular gene stealers do. Your normal joint bits as black as always. You're saying this, but it's not uploading! Well, may as well start cleaning out my sponges while we wait for your images to show up in the Discord. That's what I can do. I can clean out my dry brush. Ah, there we are. It's such a bright red. Very cool. And also the way it's settled on his forearm, on his right hand, it's really neat, because it almost looks like there's veins showing through. I'm not sure if there are actually veins sculpted into his arms there, or if it's just how it's settled. Do all Gene Stealer Patriarchs rip one of their arms off because forearms are holy? Is that what that is? Because in the... like... in the... oh, his which arm? His right. The one with the claws facing up. Also, what do you mean, rip one arm off? He has all four. Does he? It looks like, so he has four, does he not? Does he? Is one of them not ripped off at the elbow? Yeah, is one of his arms not ripped off at the elbow? His lower right arm. Oh no, it's curled up to his chin. Okay. It was the front on angle, I couldn't quite see it. No, I see it now. I thought it was ripped off at the elbow, but it's because he's touching his head. Okay. Yeah, because you can only really, like, I could only really clearly make it out in the fourth image. It's posed oddly where he puts it to his forehead brain. Yeah, I see, I see. But yeah, anyway, I am probably going to call it here for the day. Yeah, I'm happy with what we've gotten done. And yeah, I will catch you guys all later. Have a good one. Bye-bye.